Okay. Should be live here. Put this on software and game development. Nice. Good morning. I've had some thoughts about the algorithm. We're going to see what we can do today on it to really get curriculum learning working well. Hello, welcome. Got the Starlink? Nope, Starlink is here Sunday. Internet's okay for now. Welcome. So here's the idea that I came up with. I think we can actually use Advantage. I don't think we need a separate learnability metric. And the reason for this is that Advantage is somewhat self-correcting. So if you get Advantage that is too far away from your current state, you'll simply learn out of order. Yes, you'll learn like a part of the level you're not ready for, but that's totally fine. Because that Advantage will go to 0, and then you'll sample the stuff that's nearby you. And then the key is the way in which we are computing and updating Advantage, how we're keeping our estimates fresh. And I also expect that we're going to have to throw some sort of exponentially moving average, because we don't want to kick stuff out of the buffer too quickly. That is the current idea. I think this will be fine. This is a quite nice result here, though. It's still using this masking crap. So it's basically ignoring the thing I said, but whatever. We'll run this first. Hey, Jess. I'm doing all right. The algo work is quite tiring. Oops, I forgot my coffee. Let me grab my coffee. I've just been doing some shorter streams because the algo work really is not something that I can just grind for hours and hours. It's decent so far. What domain knowledge? There's still some of this gating crap. But I think, Jess, I see a path forward here. And it's actually not that far away from where we started, but there are a few key distinctions that I think would have been difficult to discover without doing all this stuff that we did. What if you don't mind me asking? So it's still going to be based on advantage. I think that the key error that we made in the original algorithm was storing high advantage states instead of high advantage segments. You need to store the full segments, even though you're going to have very low advantage, maybe even like 5 or 10 steps before where you got the reward, because it gets heavily discounted. But the thing is, once you learn the tail end, like you learn the last few states up to the goal, you're going to get higher advantage a few states farther out. That was the key mistake. And then it comes down to having good advantage estimates, keeping them fresh, sampling appropriately, so on and so forth. So it just completely fucking ignores me and does some other random unrelated thing because it's retarded. That's cool. Recursive. Just ignore that, dude. It's funny in a sense because that's actually a topic that I am very interested in working on, but that like when I say those words, they don't mean anything like what the hell they're being used to describe currently. Welcome, man. Thanks for joining, Wolfpack. We are working on the 5.0 algo. Contributor details. Wait, what contributor details on? Hang on. What did you send me? Let me see. Oh, you just PR those, man. So there is a list in the repository. It's on the puffer.ai repo. That's all you got to do. That's the doc site. Solving 6 pendulum cart pole. I wouldn't be surprised if that works. Puffer's pretty good. I gave him a couple suggestions earlier today. Raised it. Can you please check? Yep. I gotcha. Lick. Oops, let's just move this. Thank you very much for the env. Yeah, that's a nice first env for sure. There you go. What is recursive? So I honestly think that the easiest thing for like recursive self-improvement would be you take an env like NetHack, where you should be able to make basically linear progress, and you try to figure out why you're not making linear progress. I actually think that the stuff I'm doing now would be... Stuff like what I'm doing now actually is probably the closest thing to enabling that. Make sure this still works. So actually, this is very good if this does still work, right? No. Taking a little while to latch. Just latching though. 14. 500 mil steps to learn 15. You participate in IPO. What, you mean buying it on release? No. Yeah, we got it right at the very end here. Okay. which AI company work do you like most or have the most respect? I mean, I have to say Puffer, obviously, right? I know that's not what you mean. So if you mean of the big labs, I'd say DeepMind, but not DeepMind's language model stuff. Like everything other than their language model stuff. When can I play with the env on the site? I mean, if you want to like PR to the site, that's fine. I mostly just got stuck because I couldn't figure out how to like test it locally with this stupid Windows setup, and I haven't bothered doing all the new envs on the laptop. I have like 6+ new envs now that all need to go onto the site. So it's whenever I do the next big batch of envs uploading. So this is expected to hard fail. If this doesn't hard fail, like, awesome. Mm-hmm. Yeah, main focus at the moment is this algorithm. Alright, so this crashes perf terribly. Try this. Hey, Liberty. Want to relocate and work in US tech. Are you not in the US right now? Because the first step of that is get to the US. We're not doing Devon shit, man. Fuck that. This is not like retard vibe code stream. This is serious research stream. I'm using this crap for prototyping because it's like a whole bunch of CUDA edits for what is essentially throwaway code. I think that the key thing here, it just comes down to the handling and updating of the advantage estimates in the sample buffer. Let's see if this helps. South Asia, India. Yeah, that one's tough. You mostly have to figure out how to get here. Whether that's through school or work or whatnot, that's the thing that you gotta figure out. No, the models are completely stupid. Like, these things do not have a single, like, this has not produced a single useful idea in the entirety of doing this algorithm. In fact, this thing mostly tries to, like, ignore me and do things that it thinks will work better and fucks things up in the process. When it comes to building a company, don't ask me on that. I'm intentionally making my life hard in that department because I want to do what I want to do. Okay, this still doesn't work. Why not use Claude? It's the same thing. I'm sick of giving Anthropic money. Yeah, literally, reinforcement learning would still be as fucked as it was like 3 years ago. There's been basically zero other progress in the last 3 years on building RL tools that actually work. Nobody else wants to deal with this crap. Turbo Puffer? I mean, their product is not relevant for the stuff that I do, but it's always fun to see them on X. Nine 9.3. There's still several places we're using domain knowledge, right? Solve triggered segment admission, score-based retention, fresh env only. Yeah, there's a bunch of crap. Most of this is stuff that Codex has done for some fucking reason. But I think a lot of it's easy to ablate out. Masters in US. Undergrad is extremely selective, and job visa is a headache. That's fair. Masters in the US is annoying because you have to pay for those. Maybe it's better for if you're from abroad. I think for most US citizens, it's generally if you can get your master's during your undergrad, Ideal. Well, yes, Jess, but you always have to pay for undergrad. But like at some places you can just do your master's during your undergrad. Like in Stanford, you can graduate with a master's in 4 years if you'd like. It's not particularly difficult either. Like I didn't do that because I was gonna do research anyways. Um, but I spent probably half of my time in all of undergrad doing research, and I graduated like 2 semesters early or 2 trimesters early, the 3 1/3 years. Basically. Well, a lot of PhD programs, they'll just give you a master's halfway through if you file one extra thing. If you're already doing a PhD, a master's is just like, ah, yeah, sure, whatever. Here, have one, I guess. Okay, this is getting annoying though, because this is now going from like figure out algorithm to fight stupid codecs, and that pisses me off. Let's see if this is stable, and then if this is stable, I'll try to like prune out some of the bullshit. Research and perception in computer vision. I no longer know the answer to that. I could have answered that question for you 10 years ago, but nowadays I have no idea. My advisor is still, does quite a bit in vision. You don't earn in dollars, euros. Expensive. Well, I mean, yes. Like, the US economy is completely different. Terminal solve includes... Yeah, see, this is still fucking, like, just ignoring... This is a light change, though, so possibly this is still fine. Well, I mean, venture is not income, though. It's, like, raising $400 million does not mean you make $400 million. Lucid Motors? Wasn't Lucid Motors. Different Lucid. Okay, yep, completely broken. What is a good and bad RL problem? I mean, there's obviously stuff in robotics. We've worked in finance, commerce, little in animation, games, defense. There are many areas. Pretty much anywhere you have a heavy interaction problem that's fiddly, unintuitive, and you can write a fast sim for it. Make sure that this works. Better. Okay. Okay, this is weird. Yeah, this is still a ton of domain stuff. It's kind of just fucking added in. What is an optimal way according to you? Wait, optimal for this? Wait, well, I don't know what that was in response to. This thing needs to not have dependence on score basically anywhere. Even though you can compute score for any ends, the way it's using the score is very tied to this specific task. Like, you can't compare score across episodes and say this one has higher score, so it's better. That's not generally true. You can do stuff based off of advantage. That should be significantly more robust. Oh, my bad, Light. Getting into... That, the thing is, I don't have any idea there. Like, you should ask people in the US who have done that. Whether end-to-end... I mean, if that means end-to-end is in the sense like VLM or whatever, everything, no, it's retarded. Like, you literally have people benchmarking their VLMs now on problems that you solve with a small, like, task-specific model in less than a second. It's pathetic. Okay, this was good. This is... Okay, we get unlucky here because I remember they were just not getting a 15 solve. That's really annoying, actually. I don't like that. Career, academic, tech related. I mean, the articles that I have, Light, are on the educational side. That's the best. If you're looking for traditional career advice, though, like, I'm not exactly the person to ask for that. Oh, there we are. Okay, so we do get 15. This matches from before. Hello, Spencer. Heh. Yeah, man, good job with that. Like, thank you very much for handling this stuff in the last few days. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't had, like, the best hours the last few days, but this algorithm stuff is just breaking my head. This is tough. Like, essentially, this is what we have here, and there are, like, 4 or 5 different points at which there's domain knowledge still being used in various different ways. So I'm basically just having to shift things around and, like, pull, like, I'm almost kind of, like, taking the different chunks of the algorithm and pouring the like, spots where it depends on domain knowledge together. So So I have fewer different sources of dependence on domain knowledge, and I'm trying to slowly replace bits of it that I can with more general advantage-based metrics. I'm honestly doing a very poor job of even explaining what I'm doing on the stream for the most part, but like, I don't think even the final algorithm is going to end up looking particularly complicated, but the process of discovering it is just not easy. Is it even reasonable to get rid of all the... I actually think it is. So the reason for this is that advantage is this like beautifully self-correcting mechanism where as soon as you learn any portion of the environment, the advantage at that point will drop to 0. So you essentially have this automatic method that tells you point in end that you don't understand yet. Now, it's not as simple as just sample by advantage. There are a whole bunch of issues with that, but I'm slowly working around them, and I've been making steady progress in the last few days. Like, this still trains, and it has about a third of the domain knowledge that it had 2 or 3 days ago. Programming an ML article. If you're interested in more RL specifically, the RL guide is how you get into the field very seriously. That programming an ML article, though, I recommend like coming back to every so often because it's really all of my best advice in one spot. It's my single highest rated piece of content. It's gotten some pretty cool endorsements on it. Um, Basically, all the useful stuff I can give you as general advice is there. This still works. That's quite nice. This is super funny. That's a little, I don't know which 3 these were. He's gotten a few, but I don't know what the percentage is. Like, this doesn't make sense, my guy. Feed stars to Puffer. Oh yeah. Anybody who's new around here, feed the puffer a star on GitHub. It helps us a lot. Competitive RLs for laning. I mean, it is kind of my party trick, right? This is sort of the reason that people tend to stick around, is the percentage of times where like somebody will work on something for a month and I'll look at it for 30 seconds and just be like, yeah, try this. It's probably that. Had a pretty good success rate on those. Not always, but I got a pretty good success rate. Like, for instance, on this algorithm here, I thought I was going to just be able to do this in 2 days. And, like, I actually think that the algorithm that I came up with is going to be very close to the algorithm that we end up with. But just getting those last corrections is very tricky. It's annoying. SpaceX, do you think the company is worth 1.75 trillion? Like, at least that number for that stuff makes a hell of a lot more sense than the crazy high numbers for these stupid fucking AI companies that all do the same thing. Like, that's at least plausible. $900 billion. I mean, those are also both, like, fairly new to being sizable companies. Like, neither of those had that many, like, those were both companies with relatively very few employees only a few years ago. Is that just SpaceX, or didn't they combine with something else? Did they combine with X or combine with something? I mean, actually, that does make sense. Combined with XAI. I mean, at least that, in my mind, that makes some sense, right? Like, they kind of do deliver. They are kind of crushing it on space, you know? You look at, like, what was it, the mass to orbit versus everyone else, the costs are there. Yeah. I mean, like, when I see that, I see a crazy number behind something that's also crazy cool. Like, look at Nvidia's valuation, right? Like, that's a crazy number behind something that's also crazy good. I think probably the portion of that valuation that came from the XAI merge is mostly bullshit. But then who knows? Maybe the original was undervalued. The fuck do I know? Yeah, I think the thing with XAI is like Elon's just doing too much stuff to actually put in the time to understand AI at the same level he understands his other stuff. And he's getting sold on like he's having people sell him on like really dumb shit by these like very enthusiastic tech bros that just have really, really dumb ideas. Like I remember when they first announced that their tech stack was going to be Jax, TypeScript, and Rust. I was like, all right, these guys are fucking dumb, right? And the funny thing is now they actually have a really good tech stack. It's just C and CUDA. But like that's no longer the flex it would have been a few years ago, because now that probably just means that they're vibe coding everything. So like now it's like no longer the same. It no longer holds the same significance as before. Like if 3 years ago, right, you told me that yeah, this is whatever AI company and they're doing their own large models and their tech stack is just C and CUDA. Like I would think that they probably have some good people just based on that. Because there's kind of like a gate there where you sort of have to not be a complete imbecile to be working like in that setup. But that's no longer as true as it used to be. Hey Tim, how to manage several open source frameworks. What in the actual fuck? How to merge several open source frameworks. I have not heard of a single damn one of those. What on earth are you trying to do, my friend? I'll buy all the world-class guys and assume they were competent. Yeah, you can't do that. That's not how it works. There are a lot of people that are just very overpaid and very dumb. I think this is probably same perf. Rafrag, etc. What are you trying to do? Like, how can I merge? So you just listed like a whole bunch of big bloated things for like different purposes, I guess, and then like you're asking me how to merge a bunch of big bloated frameworks. Like, what are you doing? I'd like to become a good engineer. I know Python and C. What should I learn next, which will be useful? That's basically it, my guy. Like, you can pretty much do whatever you want. I mean, CUDA for GPU dev, but that's mostly research. If you read my article, I think like most of the modern stacks are essentially just fuck around and waste time. Implement at different layers. Yeah, I can't conceive of anything where you would possibly need all that stuff at the same time. Like Elon's tweet about switching to C. Yeah, and like I said, it would be nice 3 years ago before 3 years ago, like saying this is our stack meant you have good, competent engineers. Now it just means you probably have people vibe coding shit. It's still the right stack, but it's no longer on its own means it no longer on its own means you're doing the right thing. Or probably even doing the right thing. World models in JEPA. The way that world models are done with RL is troll. It doesn't work. I don't know JEPA specifically, but most of the RL world model lit is borderline scientific fraud. Or at least I should say the most well-known world model lit is just awful, awful science. Looks super well written, doesn't fucking work. Okay. We just need to get this thing to, like, be a little bit more consistent, and then we can ablate out the next chunk of things. How to keep synergistic frameworks and discard all the bloat. Once you've picked any one of those, I mean, I don't know all of those, but just by assumption, like, basically you have too much bloat with one of those already. Like, there's no way to wrap a whole bunch of giant bloated projects and not have your thing be bloated. The way that you do things without bloat is by eliminating dependencies, not adding them. Still using scores domain knowledge? Yes, Tim, but in a more restricted way than we were doing before. We're working on getting rid of it fully. I mean, I think Yen LeCun is generally fine, Jess. Like, let the guy go do his crazy out there stuff. It's better that we have more people doing crazy out there stuff than more people just building the same stupid product pretending to make God. Like, there's probably eventually some high-level, low-level form of this that makes sense, Jess, where, like, you can do a bunch of training in sim fast and very rarely need world model input or something. So it's good that they advance the general world model stuff on its own, like, without RL in the loop. That will eventually be useful. It's just that the current way that stuff is being attempted to be merged, it doesn't make sense. Oh, okay, this is kind of nice, right? We got 12. We'll see if this works nicely for us. If I can just increase the fraction dedicated to CL, that would be super nice. Advantage reward be used instead of score. That's the idea, Tim. That's what we're trying to do. It takes very, very many small ablations to get it to there, because when you try the obvious thing that you would do based on just advantage, it doesn't work. So I've added a bunch of domain hacks to get it to solve, and now we're removing a bunch of domain hacks whilst making sure that after each change it still solves. You see? Lovely. Ties across M's. Yeah. Where'd my browser go? I'll just check the stream. We have a few people on YouTube. Hello. Yep. Which is a record? Oh no. We've had like 200 plus concurrent viewers before, Jess, on this stupid vibe coding stream. Which is very funny to see, like, how quickly you get a ton of viewers when you're doing, like, the mainstreamy stupid things. Not really an indicator of anything. Yeah, I think because, like, Twitch is more... There's more of a games audience. Whereas YouTube is more general, so you have more people there for technical content. Invite some SpaceX stock. Mind you that the IPO days are usually quite volatile. What is the end game? That we have reinforcement learning as a whole, a stable, mature tech that just you throw on any reasonably posed RL problem and it just works. Works efficiently, works interpretably. You have benchmarks across a wide range of areas. You can build sims for a variety of applications. And then after that, we start going out and solving some of those applications. Other streams are more technical. But, like, people were just giving me stupid suggestions anyways, Liberty. They were basically like, oh yeah, press the button, man. Just press the button. Alright, so this crashed. Let's see this. Value went way up. Mm-hmm. We'll see if this is stable. If this is not stable, then it's going to be very awkward. If this is stable but only gets like 14 or whatever, fine. Okay, we'll try this next. Still crashes. Flash goal. Huh? What? That's not a thing. I don't know what that is. The point of this is like this. The point of this is not to fuck around and like do all the things with the model. Like the point of this is to figure out this algorithm. Like the reason that people like recommend me to do weird stuff with this is that they don't understand the model is way too stupid to like do anything that is particularly helpful on the algorithm. All right, the model is very stupid. The model is currently just being used to like prototype shitty CUDA things for various ideas, and then I run experiments and I like decide what to do based on the outcome of those. Like most of the stuff when I say like fucking model this, model that, it's not that the model is like not smart enough. It's that the model is explicitly ignoring instructions. It's annoying. Long running autonomous tasks. Yeah, that's not what we're doing. And which segment is considered the current frontier? Okay, maybe this is the next thing to remove. This was supposed to be gone. Fighting Codex, Fighting Codex. Stupid. Ah, so fucking annoying, man. Oh, see, this is so annoying. So what's basically happened here is this fucking model has like just ignored instructions a bunch of times and slipped a bunch of stupid gates into the code that are all like wired and tangled together now so that I can't make reasonable changes because they interact with stupid things that aren't supposed to be here. So, like, not only are these models not useful for coming up with like actual algorithmic improvements, they actually aren't even useful at following instructions consistently. Pain in the ass, man. Hey Cash, do you have the pendulum thing solved yet? I posted some reward stuff for you to try. Fucking models, man. Let me think what I can do with this. This could just break it, though. See, this has just put me in a very bad spot where, like, any change I make fucks with one of these stupid gates. AI agents. You shouldn't have enough code for, heart pull for that to be an issue. Like, you should be able to implement, like, the reward function I gave you should be 5 lines of code or whatever. The thing I'm working on now is a pretty fancy algorithm. Yassine, don't do continuous action spaces on Puffer 4. There's a bug in them. There's a patch I have, but I haven't merged it in. There's like a very serious bug with continuous action spaces on 4. Ah, I see. What's the bug? It's something with stability. It's like something in one of the kernels where stuff can just get unstable and collapse. I fixed it on a client project, but I have to merge, like, I have to go pull that patch out without any client info and upstream it. We'll see if this solves. If this doesn't solve, I won't be surprised. But then I'm gonna have to figure something else out. I hope they're paying you good. Um, let's just say we've increased our prices quite a bit since the last round of contracts. Yeah, pretty much. Like, that's kind of the thing, is it's not like certain dollar size contracts are just no longer worth the time that they take away from research. Because we're getting very, very close um on our core infrastructure. Okay, we're at 11 score. Actually, if this does do better... No, this should never do better. This should only ever do on par. So we'll see. I'll be happy if this just solves in the 2 bill. That reward is wait, did this actually help? Oh, that's funny. This is my favorite party trick, is to just look at problem and, like, come up with something useful in 30 seconds. I literally thought about that for, like, 30 seconds. Uh, Context used. I mean, it's mainly just it deciding to ignore instructions. Reward shaping is a skill. It's not really, though, is the thing, man. Very, very little of what we do is reward shaping. Like, this is no longer some black box arcane skill in my head. This is actually something that's very simple, and um it's generally very simple and consistent now. It's really not shaping so much. Like, it's more so I just think I'm just like looking at the reward and thinking what strategy matches that reward, and like seeing how it's obviously stupid and broken. Like in your case, Tim, you can put something on, like you can just push something past the target and you get the same reward. Like this delta type based reward is just like a common fix for it. It's quite simple. Come on, solve. I think even if this doesn't, this is still kind of okay. Oh no, this solves. Okay, we're good. Rank segments by score. Pending candidates. It starts ignoring you. That's weird. Was it slash context or whatever? I think I just need to describe like smaller changes is all. See, it's wrong here. Last time when I tried Claude Code. Oh, that was the worst stream ever. Which you think? I literally just switched to Codex because I was sick of giving Anthropic money. And whatever. It really should not. If you're so dependent on using like Codex versus and like Claude, it's probably because you have zero value add over the model. It should be the other way around, where the model has minimal value add over you. Yes. Good. We'll see if this completely crashes perf or not. If we can get rid of the frontier mechanic entirely. This might... Okay, if this screws it up, then the hypothesis that is going to be that we're still too tied to score over advantage. Upcase scored segments. If this fails, I actually will not be surprised. Sim to real cart pull when? Cart pull 6 when? I actually wonder how good your physics have to be for that. It's probably they don't have to be as good as you would expect. It may or may not for that convert. This is a chaotic system. If it's actually tough to use that approach there, I wouldn't be surprised. But there's almost nothing that actually looks like this. Like very, very few systems that you care about and you're doing control on are chaotic. Why are we stuck on level 4 with no signal? Okay, we're not. Just a little unlucky. Okay. Is fine. Hardcore algo dev. Okay. If this actually does solve, that's quite nice for us. Because then we don't have Frontier. Like, Frontier completely gone, that's big. We'll make it... This is, like, worth making a commit on. If we solve. There we are. It's 12. Are we just getting unlucky on exploration or something? We still don't have a single level 13 solve. Quite irritating. That could be the other change on CL segments. We'll try that next. As long as this gets like 13, 14. Yeah, the latch is pretty quick. Oh, is that... Just got the 14 exploration. And... the latch is pretty slow here. It's not ideal. We do get 14. Okay. Have you tried Affine Lock? I have not yet, Convert. I will give it a shot though with like 4 versus 5. Because we need some test Ms for that. I'm pretty well locked to this one though, at least until I finish these oblations. I won't be surprised if this fails. This change will be needed, but it might be too early. That said, it's going well so far. What 3 Ocean M's are solid for testing serious work? Well, testing what? So definitely not Pong. Pong is too simple. Breakout is the env you use for testing very quick changes, or for testing if you've made anything slower or not, as well as for testing if an algorithm gets you like a new speed run. 2048 is a hard env. It requires quite some compute, at least at the moment. Neural MMO3 is the really hard one, where you typically just run it once at the end and you see if that if you manage to soda it. We have several others. It depends what you're doing. Not going to be like one good answer. Though Pong is basically never the correct choice. Like, we've advanced past Pong. Hyper patterns. Solvable for a range of maybe mazes. But the thing is, like, yeah, maybe it's still mazes. Sokoban is not a slow env, it's just that it's hard. Easier levels are very fast. Okay, we do solve with this. Moment. All right. We're good. This is also with crap hypers, by the way. Okay, we're alive. Fix this stupid camera. It'll come back on in a second. How much hypers can make a difference? What experiments? Causing an ablation to fail. Yeah, so Tim, we're just assuming that we don't have optimal anything. And we're trying to solve anyways. You can't run a sweep in between each thing. You can only run sweeps to verify sets of changes. So the unit of compute for the purpose of showing anything is the unit of compute for experimentation is a sweep. The unit of compute for fucking around and like trying to get a sense of stuff is still an experiment. So there's a little asterisk on like we never run individual experiments. We never run an individual experiment that's like, ah, yes, this experiment shows this outcome, right? We run experiments for like digging at stuff. Pathfinder board game? Nope. I know Pathfinder D&D. This is funny. Wait, what the fuck is wrong with this? Well, yeah. No, this is totally fucking fine. Moved or hit a wall. I haven't seen that convert. I'll check it in a second. Okay, I think it's doing way too much crap. But whatever. We'll try it this way. Oh no, actually, that's fine. It had done it a stupid way previously. Cool, that's fine, actually. And we'll try this. Okay. I'm gonna try this real quick. That's funny. Okay. That's like that has some potential. Oh yeah, converts link. Hang on. Let's find this. What was this awful ad? Okay. Oh, okay. I see how this works. That's funny. That's like a combination of Battleship and Corridor. That's cool. What we got here? 9. We'll see how this does. So if this works... Wait. I mean, it just completely fucking ignored me, but cool. If this works, like, yay. I don't think this does quite work. I think it's going to be a like couple levels short, but... What do you mean, how would you do the obs? It's like the easiest thing ever to do obs for, man. You could literally just make it the full board and just zero out anything that's unknown. Or like, not like unk out anything unknown, right? It's the easiest thing ever to do obs for. Make him finish dogfight. Yeah, see, this is not it here. It's close. Not quite it though. I don't know if Codex is on it is not I don't know how encouraging that is, but all right. Okay, that's definitely concerning. I mean, the only thing that I might do that would be like a relatively longer running thing, man, would be like, let's say that I get the algorithm fully working, right? Obviously the code is going to fucking suck because it's just codex crap. What I might do is I might make a commit there and then point it at the original 4.0 and have it minify the diff. So get the minimum diff while still keeping the score the same or the behavior the same. I might do that to give myself a starting point to be editing it with a minimal code change, but I don't even know if that'll be reasonable. What RL product would you recommend a college student to build? Check out my guides. I've got lots of educational stuff on my articles tab on X. You pretty much just start building some environments. Start with something really simple, work up to something more complex. The best way to learn. It's how most of the people around here got into RL. What do you mean generic tick rewind? Oh. Okay, so this is fine. This should be generic. It's just doing it in a stupid way. Yeah, it's just being stupid. This is fine. Like, this should be equivalent. It used domain knowledge for no fucking reason. Like, let it be known the models are dumb. I'd way rather have the enthusiastic intern. Speaking of which, I gotta chat with Finn soon. He should be just about finishing up exams. Fuck. Stupid thing. Okay. We'll double check this in a second. Costing us time. It's annoying. Try this. Welcome, Calyx. So if we're gonna say that this is reasonable enough, which we still have to see, it's very close. PvP prefers 2K hidden and 20 replay ratio. Follow, how slow's the PvP env? It typically does that when your env is slow. So if your env is already slow to begin with, it'll typically make it even slower so that it spends, it's basically keeping the GPU constantly saturated. '20 replay ratio is nuts, though. I have seen it get pinned to 4 before, and it's typically when you have the envis too slow. Or if you have it like pinned to one thread or whatever, one core, that'll do it. Diverse self-play. And if you send me over a couple videos. Also, have you like tried it to make sure it makes sense? Like, can you cheese it? Can you just like one tick whip it or whatever? Finding bugs, yeah. This is why the RSNs are not as good for like research or dev, like this algorithm dev phase, because there's just too much stuff going on. They're gonna be more useful for like testing out the algorithm once done on. Okay, this is pretty decent. Here's 15. Okay, we're good. Okay, this is very nice. All kinds of cheeses. They don't seem gameable. I'm not getting over 50% against my held out opponent. That's cool. Are you good at PvP? I'm trying to think who we could get that would be fun to like try this against. Well, send over some clips, and I still need to draft that email. I'm gonna do that pretty soon. Come on, chipping away and having confidence. Well, the thing is, Tim, in this case, like, this specific direction, it's basically impossible that there isn't something you can do that's very close to what I'm doing that will work. And then it's mostly a matter of figuring out in a consistent, replicable way what's the exact version of this that is required. Nothing against these, yeah. I uh I used to be okay at NH. Like just barely okay. And then I literally failed. I think I like 3-tick Gmol killed somebody at altar yesterday. Some random scrubby pure. I will say I really like that account that I made. We got rid of the domain knowledge in the history. We got rid of the frontier domain knowledge. You'll just drop ticks. It's actually very easy to not drop ticks in PvP, Valo. But, like, even literally the best NHers will sometimes drop ticks in order to hit off prayer. Like, what's the guy, L1NA or something? He only has a few clips, but he's, like, very good. Like, top 3 for sure. Oh, suboptimal gear. Uh, I don't know. I think... Yeah, I think even the very best PKers will occasionally miss that stuff. Or, like, they're very small things you can do. Like, for instance, always having on augury on opponent hit ticks if you're not also hitting same tick. There are things like this you can do that just really crank your APM high if you do everything. Match saved history states. Never have robes or offensive. They trying to time that. I mean, Valo, have you seen like he doesn't really have many videos anymore, but like have you seen Panic's clips? It pretty much looks like that. One YNA is even better. Yeah, Panic says that one YNA is probably the best. He did a really funny tier list video. And yeah, he basically says it's him 1013 and one YNA. Yeah. Is it Lina? I don't know. The only annoying thing is like of those three, only Panic has a lot of clips. 1013 and 1YNA, like they both have a few clips, but not really a ton. Oh, anyone backwards? That's funny. Kevin. Well, that's confusing because Kevin framed is also Kevin. I think 1013 is like the fastest player, isn't he? At least for NH. The stuff he does just does not look human. Framed is old. No. No, framed is good, but he's, yeah, okay. I mean, he's like very good by like normal human standards. There's a lot of ticks waiting around. Yeah, he's way more methodical. I think it's mostly because like a lot of the top people just assume that you will hit on attack cooldown every time. And then they immediately start doing stuff after they've changed prayer for that tick. So if you like wait one tick, you can very often get people off prey. That is a very cool sim, though, for self-play. If you get it stable, that'll be very nice to chuck in all the latest stuff on. Because you don't have the historical self-play things in, right? Okay. Well, Oda just doesn't, like, he just doesn't NH a lot, right? So he's, like, very, very good all around. But he just doesn't NH anywhere near as much as the few people who really just do that. With that guy, it feels more like it's just the world moves at 1/10 speed for him or something. Yeah, this is good. Hopefully we get this solved here, but I think we're fine either way. Would be nice if we could get this one just for certainty, but if we don't get a random lucky, it's kind of okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's about to solve. Boom. That's a super quick latch. Okay, I'm happy with this. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Admission trigger. Segment score is like so. I'm gonna just make a clean commit. Okay, so then there's really just one last thing to ablate. We're down to literally the last thing that we have to solve now. I'm going to say we're down to like maybe a fifth of the domain knowledge that we started with. So that's pretty awesome. Admission trigger. Segment score. Lost track, most of the domain. It's pretty much just using the score in like using the score and the reward to decide what segments to keep and what segments to retain. Which that might seem generic because you can always use reward, but the thing is, that's because specifically for this env, the rewards are always going to be informative. A higher reward or a shorter length episode is always better. That is not true in the general case. Advantage is much, much more stable and consistent across envs for things like this. So we're working on it. Top K. Pretty much, Tim. But it's top K according to score. It needs to be something on advantage. We're getting close. We're getting close. Segment average advantage. That's actually not really what you want. Though that's going to be the same. Well, it's not quite what you want, probably. We'll see, Tim. So those would be equivalent because the segments are the same length. There's a little bit of nuance to it, though. The final thing is going to end up being pretty clean and simple, but I'm like, there are a lot of different things I'm considering in the process of doing this crap. Okay. So if this doesn't work, well, at least now we basically have all the conflating crap out. Domain specific. We will see, Jess. I'm trying. 1 p.m. now? Not bad. If you do it on score, it's basically taking solved trajectories. Yep. Advantage and previous. So advantage is nice, Tim, because the thing with score is it assumes that if you have 2 episodes and one has higher score than the other, it's better. Same with reward. That is not true across ends, especially randomized ends, where sometimes some episodes are harder than others. So advantage is way more comparable across episodes, regardless of end dynamics. That's always fun. Opinion. Yeah. That's funny. Blah, 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 blah. Like state CL. What version of it, man? Vantage is action better than expected. It's not so much actions better than expected. Advantage greater than 0 means that following the policy from the current state resulted in a better outcome in the next however many discounted steps as expected. You can't have a high advantage segment that gives bad information, no. Likewise, a negative advantage segment is also useful in a different way. Tidbits from Puffer. Yeah, but Jess, I'm kind of like trying to push the core algorithm stuff. All the education stuff I do is nice and it does help Puffer, but I can't just be doing pure education stuff. The goal is to push the frontier. Fucking stupid model, I swear. I will say that doing this research this way genuinely feels awful. Like this is trying to get like a malevolent genie to do all your low-level tasks. It's still technically faster because I'm prototyping in CUDA. Like that would take a while, but fuck is it annoying. They're so shit. incredibly frustrating. Okay, good. Stupid models. Yeah, so it's just following instructions incorrectly half the time is the problem. Now, the good news is what I've done is I've managed to isolate down to a small enough number of things that I can actually track and see what it's fucking up. So we're very close to being able to fix this now. Because, like, essentially, there are only two places where it's actually using domain knowledge. And there's some surrounding crap, but way less than there was before. So before, it had a whole bunch of places that were sneaking domain information in redundantly. And it was very difficult to isolate any changes from those. But I've managed to do that, and now pretty much just using the score to determine what segments go into the buffer, and then using score to determine what segments are retained in the buffer. So what I can do is if I can make it be advantage determines what segments go into the buffer, that's -1 place, and then we just have to figure out this last one sampling/retain metric, which is much easier. Should be, at least. Might just, maybe. It's been pretty exhausting, I'll say. It should have been 2 weeks, frankly. Stupid fucking thing, I swear. Uh, yeah, it's still doing this fucking bullshit, isn't it? Okay, so this may work. We'll see. This is getting rid of one of the remaining gates. We'll try without this if this one works. It also made everything way fucking slower, so good job, Codex. We'll see if this works, though. Pretty much, Jess. 11. Halfway through at 11? Maybe. We will see. We will try summed advantage next instead of max. $12. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting very close. Okay. This is also not terrible because we are getting to 13 now. It's not latching fast enough, that's for sure. It's actually decent, though. I'll let it rerun this trial in a moment, and then I'm going to take a short break, grab a drink and whatever, maybe, while this runs. Oh yeah, for anybody who's new around here, if you have not starred Puffer on GitHub, what are you doing? Star the Puffer. It's free. Puffer.ai, star the Puffer. He eats stars. He's hungry. $13 score. $13's not good enough, but we'll see if we get 13 fast this time. It's not latching fast enough with this new metric for sure. So presumably just max advantage is net to play with it. Okay, cool. So we have a very nice metric here. Don't let me forget to unmute my mic. I'm going to let this run. I'll be right back. All right. 11. Not too good. Not too good. It is faster. We'll try this. All right, so this is going to tell us. At least I think we'll see like how much sensitivity there is to the exact form of advantage we're using. Was today's agenda. We are trying to get all the domain knowledge dependence out of our state set algorithm. There are two places that we're still relying on environment score instead of advantage. And we are ablating a few different ways of doing it with advantage until we find one that works. Well, at 8. Alright, this may or may not be better. We will see. I think we can take some time to sort of just think while we do this. So if you admit segments that have reward, that works quite consistently. Segments that have reward would have solves in them. I can only really think of summed advantage. If this doesn't do better, I'm not actually going to know what to do with this. It would be quite weird. I guess we'd go looking for other explanations. We'll see if maybe we'll get something out of this. I'm not too hopeful though. So return score. Segment that has high advantage versus segment that has... It seems pretty odd to me if there's going to be a huge difference here. It looks like there is. Yeah, latching is definitely worse. Interesting. I suppose... I see. Let me have it go look over. It probably just added some dumb thing without me seeing it. Okay, it's doing some weird shit. That's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah, it's doing a bunch of really fucking dumb shit. Like, it just added all of this crap without me noticing, somehow. Stupid models, man. I guess we'll have to reflect on this after this project is done, because it's incredibly frustrating. Like, this shit isn't supposed to exist, this shit isn't supposed to exist, this shit isn't, like, none of this shit is supposed to exist. Any resources list? My article's on X. Yep, so it just came up with something completely fucking dumb. Somehow. Lovely. I'm actually starting to wonder if this thing is even worth using. I mean, it just does so much stupid fucking shit. It also just didn't listen again. Cool. And then I'm sure that the second 5.6 comes out, some idiot is going to be like, oh, bro, yeah, if you're 5.5, of course it's dumb. Yeah, that model sucks, even though 2 weeks ago I said it was the smartest PhD level, world class, whatever. I'm not even trying to get it to do anything complicated. It's basically just like well-described edits to existing codebase on the order of like, I don't know, 20 to 50 lines at a time. Can't even do that. We used to be a serious field, man. Like mainstream AI has basically just become cigarette agency ads. Dumb. It's just hard-coded convert somewhere. The thing is, you can't even send any metrics to WANB. Like, you have to very, very heavily downsample metrics, otherwise WANB just dies. Great. Idiot model. Yep, this is how it should be. Somehow this version's also not solving, which is really bad. Luckily, I made commits. Yeah. I think this is gonna have to be a revert. We'll see. Like, don't rely on sine, cosine. What do you mean? What? Well, that's just because the model's fucking retarded. It tends to do well on trivial bullshit sometimes, and it tends to fuck up anything of sufficient complexity. I think this is a full reset here. Fucking models, man. Yep. Fucking stupid models, man. Convert, should take you less than 6 hours to write the damn thing from scratch. Giving my eyes a break, Anish. Old man. Well, I mean, fucking think, man. It's like, if it's gonna be, like, let the thing, like, go spin for an hour, produce utterly dog shit fucking code, and then spend 6 hours trying to salvage it into a reasonable state, then the models are crap and need to be yeeted as far as possible. Yeah, it's Codex. Thing is crap. True that you finished CS. I did the core in a year, and then I think I graduated in 3 years and 1 quarter. So I spent probably half of my time in the remaining 3 and a quarter year, 3 years plus a quarter on research. Like, it's not hard to finish the core in your first year. It's literally 2 classes a semester. I think just the main thing that pisses me off is the way that the AI companies are basically behaving like cigarette CEOs, um, and just constantly fucking lying about everything. If it was like, hey, the models are crap, but they're still kind of useful tools, like, that'd be one thing. But that's not what's happening at all. Subjects do you take? It's just 6 core classes, split among a bunch of stuff. And then, like, obviously I took more than just that. Right, but those are the core classes. What else did I do? I don't know, like 2, 3, maybe 2 to 4 other things in CS, plus a lot of the breath things. Let's see if this is stable. Very irritating day. Like, we're making progress and I'm having no fun. It's like we're actually making a lot of good progress, but this is just fucking painful. Yes, is a 2-year degree. Well, I mean, the current way CS toss is taught is basically dick you around a whole bunch and teach you nothing, and you can finish that in 2 years, sure. Like, my systems courses sucked so badly that I didn't touch C for a decade. Or C++ for that matter. I'd actually imagine that all the ones in the middle are where you're wasting your time and ish. Because community college qualifies you for any job that needs a college degree in anything. And at least going to a top school, it's like, okay, you have a credential for whatever the fuck that's worth, even if there's like a whole bunch of bullshit and stuff could be taught way better. And then all the stuff in the middle is just like, fuck you. Waste your time and teach you nothing. The fact this isn't reproing is very bad. Yeah. I know I committed this thing at 15 score. It could have broken determinism, I suppose. Well, I'm obviously not going to push this with determinism broken, Jess. Like for actual 5-0. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. That's a very easy thing to break. Yeah. See, but now I don't know what the fuck to do, because if we can't repro this, we do have some information, but fuck. This thing's retarded. Where is it trying to roll back to? Nah. I fucking hate these models. Jesus Christ, man. We're gonna get this into a stable spot, and I'm just gonna do shit manually. Because, like, we're making, like, pretty damn good progress today, and instead of being, like, happy or excited about my work, I want to put my fucking face through the nearest wall. It's like, god damn it, man. Fuck these models. It's just trying to roll back all the way to yesterday. Jesus Christ. Now, of course, the problem is this is like that employee that writes such dog shit code that, like, you can't even fire the fucker without canceling the whole project. God. We literally just need to invest more time in having good, simple, hand-optimized kernels for everything, and less, like, dog shit AI-optimized 10 times longer, like, garbage monsters. That's it. Because that's the reason I'm even having to do this crap in the first place. Man, I hate this fucking timeline, man. This isn't even code failure, though. This is like follow basic-ass instructions failure. Yep, it broke determinism. That's what it is. Views go up with raged LMs. It's like fucking so annoying, man. You can probably figure out where it broke the determinism, but it's like, fuck. It doesn't use that. Yeah, look. This would have done it. This would have done it. Because this is actually good. Okay. And now we get 15 solved. I'm sure this is going to end up being stupid and slow. We'll see. Okay, this gets us the score back. The fact that it's that janky is bad. We need to improve the stability. Okay. Do we get the same rewards? 16.419. Good. Now we have to retrain the whole thing. We want to make sure every single one of these is latching quickly. That's hilarious. What on earth? All right. Man. Let's see if we have any long latch sections. If we don't have any long latch sections, we'll consider this stable and we'll continue. The early levels are all good. So what, we just never get a T12 solve? Is that what's happening? There it is. There's the solve. Now latch. Boom. Instantly latches. Okay, so if anything, we're just getting wrecked by exploration. Level 15 is quite hard to learn. Come on. Okay. So 15 is a little iffy. Other than that, the 1.3 bill. All right, ready? You solve the algorithm with lucky. Huh? I mean, we got 14 of the levels. They basically, as soon as you got a single lucky solve, they latched on very quickly. One of them not so great, so there's something to improve there, but it's pretty darn good. Hmm. Okay, you can't actually recompute. Oh, hang on. Advantage itself is tied to the policy, isn't it? I think I see the issue. Okay. That challenges things a little bit. No, unfortunately, Jess, because the code is still shit, like, I can't edit it by hand because it's made such a mess. But for the algorithm part, no. The algorithm part, I have some ability to think about things now. At least for a few minutes here. And I have about 3 more hours to stream. No, because I have to eat dinner at 6. At 2 hours and change. Let me think about this. You can't update. You can't update the advantage estimates of your segments, can you? Because the advantage calc itself... The advantage calc itself is on policy. That's the issue. So we can reuse states, but we can't keep reusing advantages. Let me double check that. Yep. Okay, that's a really dumb mistake on my part. The thing is, this does not invalidate the algorithm one bit. It just means that we have to use advantage slightly differently. Yeah, it's totally fine, actually. Fiverr, their jobs for cleaning up vibe code. Dude, I hate this timeline. But the only valid response to hating the damn timeline is making a better one, so that's what we're gonna do. RL's gonna be fucking sane. The code is not going to suck. The algorithm is going to kick ass. And then we're going to go solve a bunch of actually important problems with it. Okay, here's sort of what I'm thinking, guys, right? We can't update the advantage estimate for a segment once we record it. Oh, that's not exactly true. Excuse me. We can't recompute advantage on the same segment with a different policy. That's not valid. I think what we have to do, we have to just decay advantages over time. Yeah, there's a way to do this. It just took some insight. We'll get that. We will get it. Let it be known, though, that, like, the model did not point this out. The model has no fucking idea. I had to kind of, like, think about it and go, oh, wait. If this passes, then I will be interested to see. We'll see if this is stable or not. Why are we failing to latch on L10? Why are we completely failing to latch L10? Probably messing up our priorities. Try that. What, Jess? Oh, yeah. I need a fucking drink. Today is a good day for margaritas with dinner. I think it's just a bunch of, like, these heuristics are conflicting, Jess. It's very difficult to, like, locally perturb this thing. From the place I get my dinner from normally, their margaritas are really good. They're really good margaritas. We'll see if it fails to latch here. Really? Maybe this will do it. We'll see. Nope. We're very close now. Thing. We will see. Oh wait, no, it's not bad, is it? Fuck. Hmm. Why does it just randomly add Chinese? What the fuck does this even mean? Long-lasting boutique. The fuck? Last bit's gonna be hard. It's okay. Ah, okay. We can do stuff with this. Last couple things need to be generalized. Really? Okay. I'm trying to think if I just have to one-shot it from here, because it's like basically any individual local change I can make is going to conflict with some other bullshit that we have. Okay. I see the issue. Let me just think a little bit. It has to do with replacing advantage estimates for old segments. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. We have to make it not super complicated as well. It's difficult because, like, anything that exploits reward, it's really subject to stochastic kind of dynamics. But it's tough to get fresh advantage. Okay. We're gonna have to make some changes. I have an idea. Has to do with replacing the tails of the a segment. Actually, maybe we don't. to try this. These are a lot of changes, we'll say. This is kind of a YOLO change, but like, well, also, we're going to have to think about this quite a bit, but I think the shortening tails idea is good. Ah. Hang on, let me look up where the hell this place is that my friend says. Oops, sorry, folks. I'm just answering a couple messages on the side here. I'll explain in a moment. It's actually a friend who does curriculum learning that I gotta talk to about curriculum learning. Dude, this fucking OMP's bullshit. We just had a general learnability metric, we'd just be set, wouldn't we? We're gonna have a problem with RNG, aren't we? We'll ignore that for now. If there's a general learnability, yeah, that's fair. Ugh. Alright, we'll see if this does anything. So, this version is intended to find faster solves, basically. It's intended to find faster solves, or faster and faster solves for the same thing. We will see how this goes. So far, so good. Okay. A little slow. Consistent, though. Now we're just not getting a solve, huh? Okay. Yep. If this solves, I'm gonna have to think about it a bit. Taking it a long time to get. Yeah, there we go. Then the latch. There we are. Latches very quickly from any solve rate. Okay. Okay. Here it is. You can see from this, it'll latch like a few seconds later. Just needs to start actually solving. Alright, so this is not bad, especially for a first refactor. So now we have to think about this metric. So the key is you don't want to replace a trajectory segment with like one that has higher advantage or higher whatever, but starts later. So I think improving the tail of a segment that should be a pretty nice general thing. Improve the tail of a segment. Now, the thing that's a little difficult is that how we're determining what is improving the tail of a segment, because we're using score at the moment. And that is, you're at the mercy of RNG. For ends with stochasticity, you're basically just looking for lucky dynamics. So we're gonna have to patch that. If we assume that we can patch that, do we have the algorithm? Advantage? No. Can't do it based on advantage, can we? Tough. You just screw up the value function if you do it this way, don't you? Okay, we need to solve that. We have kind of the trial version of the algorithm, I would say, here. I mean, this is the wonderfully stupid and simple algorithm. But, issues with it. Mm-mm. What's an example of learnability? There isn't a good one. It's the white whale thing that would solve. It's like a fixion, you know? Ah, the fixion particle. It fixes all the things we don't understand. Yay. Look that one up. Maybe we do one episode return, we'll see. I guess one other thing we could do is, like, we get a segment that solves. What do we replace the tail of it with? Also, CL segments not being able to replace other CL segments is annoying. I think I'm missing quite a bit still. It's much closer. will solve cleanly, but this will do shit like RNG manip. So I guess it can't Giga RNG manip. There's a little bit of robustness to RNG manipulation with this one, actually. If your env is full deterministic, well, then you can fucking RNG manip anyways. But that should be easy enough to break. Yeah, that's fine. We can fix that. We can fix that. Wait, if this thing can't Giga RNG manip, might be good enough. What are you working on now? Working on the state set algorithm. Now, okay, the thing that I really don't like, right, is that maybe replacing... We can probably justify replacing the tails of segments with higher episode return. We cannot justify admitting segments based on score. I think that's the key issue. I'm going to give it this log and see if it can figure out why it's not latching 12. We'll do some ablations, log-based ablations on the current one. And then I think what it is going to have to be, it'll be advantage-based admission. Probably something like that, like advantage-based admission. Yeah. Okay. We're back on track. We're back on track. Oh no. We did latch level 12. So I think that this is good, right? If we imagine that the algorithm, it works like this. We admit into the buffer high advantage segments. We improve those segments by replacing their tails with higher return, with segments that get higher episode return. I think that's good. Possibly discounted. I think that's good. I think that's the algorithm. That should be pretty robust. We'll go think about whether that should break on a bunch of envs. It does allow you to very slightly RNG manip. And we also have to find an eviction policy, but that one's not bad. We mess with tails. Heh. Yeah. Wait. This is so fucking funny. This post right here. Fucking idiots. So fucking funny. Uh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Literally, they just like proudly admit that they're just vibe coding their entire fucking company. And Yeah, okay. That's insane. That's pretty great. Any actual research? What? Is this a thing? That's ridiculous. Any actual research? No. 186 grams. Is that near half a pound? Obscene. Alright, we got any results? We have... Ah, yeah, this is just a diagnostic anyways. Okay, we do learn 12. This takes forever. And I'll run this, I'll run one other thing, I'm gonna grab a drink as well. I think we're very close here. We gotta figure out this latching thing. We'll figure that out. And then it's mostly just the admission. Then there's actually, that's like 10% domain knowledge left, right? Because I actually think the score-based tail improvement thing is pretty general. We'll figure that out shortly as well. I still have like an hour. Might end a little early depending how I'm feeling. But this is going pretty well. Frustrating as hell day. Going pretty well. I'm sure absolutely none of this code will be able to be used directly. But as long as we can figure out the core algorithm, I'm happy. And like reduce the number of implementation details needed as well. Admission and retention is too selective under the discounted return rule. Fresh M saw a huge number of solve candidates. Only 547 segments were inserted. You only need one. Hang on. Final score. Okay. Shorter, lower endpoint segments over deeper endpoint segments. That's not how discounted return works. All right. Use the restroom, grab a drink. I'll be right back, and we will continue for a little bit. Okay, perfect timing. Yep. Okay. Sampling. Yeah, probably sampling. Hmm. Basic prioritization, maybe? We're close, Jess. We're very close. What do we prioritize this by? What keyboard? An old Razer one. Is this Attorney Edition? Attorney Edition V2 with orange switches. In Maryland, I have a V3. They're nice. You can get better keyboards, but these are nice. Let's see if this does it just on its own. Tail replacement is tiny. If we can get something that at least solves, I can refine it from here. Because now, okay, we do need to think about the advantage-based admissions. Admit top K advantage. I'll make a commit if this works. $100 not bad. We'll just see the last few levels solve times. 14. It's actually way more reasonable solve times, though. Way more reasonable. Oh, look, that's Constellation. Oops. Thank you. That's why I occasionally have to check the site. Because we do have to do a little bit of promo for the puffer. We only at level 14. Try this. We'll try this real quick. One or two other more things, and that's about it. Hmm. Latching time is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Well, of course, actually, that change I made would make latching worse, but it should improve the time to get samples into the buffer. I think we're going to come out about even. Yeah, it ends up being 14. We have the 15. We do have... No, we don't have the 15 segment. I think it ends up just being about even. Okay, nope, you don't end up solving from this. Cool. So it's very close. You don't need the exact early states. I'm trying to think how we figure this. Hmm. We can kind of just say screw it. Isn't it just the stupid entropy? I mean, this is flailing. It's towards the end of the day though, and I'm just getting tired. I'm out of ideas. I just want to have a stable version of this we can commit at this point. I think we're very close. I have to think about the advantage save mechanic, but this is now basically like 1/10 of domain knowledge left. This might also just be too high entropy to train well, we'll see. But I think we were mostly just not getting the lucky solves, so we will see. Still no, huh? We get to the same spot as before, and we just never get a lucky 15 solve, I guess. The latches are actually pretty reasonable as well. That's kind of odd. Okay, well, we're pretty close here, I'd say. I think it's worth committing this. We have like a tenth of the damn domain knowledge left. I'm pretty sure we can figure that out. I don't know why you're trying to just full on like just auto vibe code stuff. Like, what are you doing, dude? So we still need to figure this shit out. Trying to learn how to... that's not a thing, dude. There's no trying to learn how to get results from the LLMs. It's not a skill issue. There's no fucking skill, like, whatsoever involved with these LLMs. The only skill is, do you actually know what the fuck you're doing? Like, as an engineer and as a programmer in general. There's literally no skill whatsoever. The whole LLM, like, skill issue dialogue is fucking retarded. It's a bunch of midwits. Don't be one of them. Okay, so let me give a quick summary of the algorithm as we have it today, as we've made a whole bunch of good progress. The current algorithm works like this. You have a state buffer. It contains several trajectory segments. When you finish segments in training, you store the top K highest scoring segments according to sum to reward. You store the states associated with those segments into the buffer. Those segments in the buffer cannot get overwritten by other segments from the buffer. What it means by this is when you sample starting states from the buffer, you cannot overwrite other segments that are in the buffer already with them. However, if you sample a starting state and you come up with a higher discounted return solve from wherever you start to the tail of the segment, that can get added. So essentially, this allows you to find a higher scoring or shorter solves from the state that you added. I think that this is fairly general because this is iterative improvement on a given trajectory. I think that is fine. I think that the chunk that is still not general is adding segments to the buffer based on score. Because different episodes are not going to be necessarily the same score norm. Some episodes may be harder, some episodes may be easier. You know, you can have randomized starting ends. So I think that the addition of states into the buffer needs to be based on advantage, and then the improvement of segments in the buffer needs to be based on score. That is where we are at the moment. We're very close to the original perf. A little bit lower, but only 10% of the domain knowledge. I am pretty tired today. Well, I'm tired from like bullshitting, like typing crap in a codex all day. It's just a really dumb, unengaging way to do stuff. Um, we will tough this out for a few more days before we get to do actual real engineering, though. For folks who are new around here, I do stream all of my research. I also stream some like actually cool, fun engineering once in a while. Puffer.ai, we got all sorts of fun demos. We got Constellation. We got all our envs. If you want to support us for absolutely free, start Puffer on GitHub. And join Discord to get involved. It's all open source. You can follow on X for more reinforcement learning content, including all my educational stuff.